They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A picture perfect start. It's 30 Oysters and Spetro, the two inside horses, going out for the early lead as the jockey on Spetro wants to take back a little bit and give 30 Oysters that lead as they go on to the first turn. 30 Oysters, Spetro now is to the outside in second. A length and a half to Mr. Einstein's. Now going to be pressuring Spetro for the second spot. Dates Freedom is deep on the course in fourth. And a length and a half back to Anointed Spirit, who's at the back of the pack as they angle on to the backstretch. It's 30 Oysters with the lead. Spetro in between horses and Mr. Einstein in the three path. A margin of about 5 lengths to Dates Freedom is dropped back in fourth. And 2 lengths to Anointed Spirit, who's at the back of the pack as they race to the half-mile pole. It's 30 Oysters and Spetro still first and second. Mr. Einstein stacked out on the outside in third. Then a gap of about 5 lengths to Dates Freedom, who's to the outside of Anointed Spirit, who's at the tail of the field. 2 distinct flights, 3 furlongs to go in the opener. 30 Oysters on top. The lead's a half length. Spetro and the white blinkers now being asked the question in second. Mr. Einstein races in third, and then it's Dates Freedom to the outside of Anointed Spirit at the back as they arrive at the top of the stretch. It's 30 Oysters who cuts the corner. Spetro's under a drive. Mr. Einstein's on the stand side. Anointed Spirit's at the fence, and Dates Freedom swung wide for the stretch drive. 1 furlong to go. It's 30 Oysters who continues to fight on the front end. Dates Freedom lengthening his stride on the outside second. 16th to go. 30 Oysters. Dates Freedom. 30 Oysters wants that finish line. 30 Oysters holds over Dates Freedom. Then it was Spetro. 90 cents. Second race at Finger Lakes. There are no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3. And they're off. Coach Bahi wins the break. Rebel Empire is being sent hard for that lead. Tommy the Torch is in about the 3 path. Then it's Invaluable Will and Anything Passable. And Flowing River is in between horses near the back, but only 3.5 from top to bottom. It's Coach Bahi up the backstretch who has a lead by a long neck over Rebel Empire, who's pestering in second. Tommy the Torch. Invaluable Will outside. Invaluable Will up in the third. Tommy the Torch had the check. Flowing River inherits fourth, 2 off the lead. And at the back is Anything Passable. Coach Bahi and Rebel Empire are dueling for the top spot. Invaluable Will sweeps up to the outside. Flowing River can wait no longer. Flowing River is going wide there into the stretch into about the 4 path as they turn into the lane. Coach Bahi, but it's Invaluable Will on the outside. Invaluable Will and Coach Bahi are first and second. Tommy the Torch will try and punch through at the fence. Then it's Flowing River. 16th to go. Coach Bahi with the lead. Tommy the Torch switching to the outside, but it's Coach Bahi close to home. Coach Bahi victorious. Flowing River gets second over Tommy the Torch. And they're off. Half a step tardy, New Matthew. It's Joe West who rushes out for the front end. Rockin' Money, though, wants that lead and gets it. The favorite Ari's Magic's at the fence in third, 2 lengths off the lead, a gap of 2.5 to Profitability, who's a length and a half in front of 1 more rep, and then a space of 6 to New Matthew, who is void of any early speed at the tail of the field. Rockin' Money has the lead with about 3.5 furlongs to go. The lead's a half length over Joe West, who's harassing outside in second. Ari's Magic along the inside in third. Then it is Profitability and 1 more rep, who are fourth and fifth, and 6 lengths still to New Matthew, who trails the field midway on the turn. Rockin' Money and Joe West first and second. Ari's Magic is in the clear, 3 wide in third. Profitability's towards the inside. New Matthew is almost out of last as they turn into the stretch. Rockin' Money cuts the corner. Joe West, Profitability will try and get into the race, and Ari's Magic is only a length off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Rockin' Money, but it's Ari's Magic. Ari's Magic sweeping on by at the 16th pole, and it's Ari's Magic, the even money favorite, who will score by 3 parts of a length over Rockin' Money. Joe West third. Profit. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Maddie's Express who's sent to the front end. Devil or Angel accompanies that one in second. Jitter Juice, though, has inside running lane, and Jitter Juice goes from third up into the lead. Maddie's Express defers in second, Devil or Angel in third. Goldini's on the outside with Jacoba, and then it's Full Moon Favor who saves all the ground towards the inside in fourth. Fifth place is Reckless Place, then it's Goldini and Jacoba, who are about 2 lengths in front of Benchwalk, who's at the back of the pack. As they transition to the backstretch, it's Jitter Juice who wanted that lead and has it off the inside a tiny bit. The lead's a length over Maddie's Express in second. Devil or Angels in third. Full Moon Fever covered up along the inside. Reckless Place is outside of him. And now it's Benchwalk who is launching an early rally, making a big middle move from last up into third. 3 lengths off the lead is Benchwalk. Jacoba's now at the tail of the field as they get ready to take on that far turn. Jitter Juice, Maddie's Express first and second. Goldini's on the outside. Full Moon Fever's at the fence. Benchwalk now flattens out. It's Reckless Place who's up the inside into the top 5, 6 lengths off the lead. Devil or Angels in second last, and Jacoba trails the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. It's Jitter Juice on top. Full Moon Fever, white blinkers, switches to the outside in second. Maddie's Express is one paced, and then it's Reckless Place towards the inside up into the top 3, 2 lengths off the lead. Jitter Juice, Full Moon Fever gets every chance. Reckless Place is up the inside, then it's Maddie's Express. They run down to the 16th pole. Full Moon Fever, Reckless Place, Maddie's Express in the stand side. Here comes the winning line. Full Moon Fever prevails. Maybe Maddie's Express over Reckless Place. Then it was Jitter Juice. $12.20 the winning mutual. Exacta $41.80. Double $19.40. 50-cent try. 20 the gate. And they're off. Great start for Smoking It Up and Joel Cruz, who sent out for the lead. Honor for Mendon, Yohida Moneymaker are 2 and 3 wide. Armenian Dancer in about the 4 path. Fines Creek saves all the ground, and 10 Run Rule takes up residency at the back of the pack, but is only about 6.5 lengths off the lead. Smoking It Up's on the point, has a lead by 2. Honor for Mendon, Yohida Moneymaker, Fines Creek, second, third, and fourth. Armenian Dancers in second last, and about 2 more lengths to 10 Run Rule in the 6th and trailing position. As they travel up the backstretch, and it's Smoking It Up, doling out the fractions. The lead's about 3.5 lengths over Yohida Moneymaker and Fines Creek in tandem, second and third. Fines Creek's now up into second. Honor for Mandan settles in the 4th spot and 8 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to 10 Run Rule in second last, and Armenian Dancers at the back of the pack as they get ready to take on the far turn. It's Smoking It Up. The lead's about 4.5 lengths over Fines Creek, who's a clear-cut second. Yohida Moneymaker's about 12 lengths off the lead in third. Then 3 lengths back to Honor for Mandan. 10 Run Rule is under a drive, and Armenian Dancers at the tail of the field, well strung out here as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's Smoking It Up. Smoking It Up has a lead by 10 lengths over Fines Creek in second. Yohida Moneymaker races in third, and then in fourth, that is Honor for Mandan as they run down to the final furlong. Smoking It Up has this race in hand. 16th to go. It's Smoking It Up, who leads by double digits. Fines Creek, Yohida Moneymaker go for the place, and then it's 10 Run Rule. An easy winner, Smoking It Up. Give Cruz 2 on the card. Fines Creek second, Yohida Moneymaker third, 10 Run Rule fourth. No scratches or jockey changes. Post time for race 6 in about 20 minutes at 3:35 p.m. And they're off. A stumble there for Erie Man. Cost them about a half length. Paint the Line sends out for the lead. Creation of Adams. Scott 22's on the outside of him. These 3 across the track early on. With dashing speed, orange blinkers towards the inside fourth. Support the Cat, 2 path in fifth. A length back to Well Suited, mid-flight in sixth. Then 3 lengths to Erie Man in seventh. Connect the Brox towards the inside second last. And a half length back to Dancing with Jake, who trails the field and about 10 lengths off the lead. Paint the Line, Creation of Adam. These 2 do battle on the front end. They're clear by 2. With dashing speed towards the inside and a joint third with Support the Cat. Well Suited behind horses in fifth. and 4 lengths off the lead. Connect the Brox from the back of the pack will attempt to circle up wide. Erie Man is in third last and about 9 lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch. Creation of Adam gets the advantage on. Paint the Line in upper stretch. With dashing speed attempts to punch through at the fence, and then it Support the Cats, and well suited on the outside. Connect the Brox at 6. They run to the 16th pole. Paint the Line and Creation of Adam. And it's Creation of Adam with still the head in front. Up Paint the Line. Creation of Adam wins over Paint the Line. For $26.20. Pick 444, $169.25. Race 7 from Finger Lakes. There are no. And they're off. It's Jake's Orchard who blazes out for the lead. Shorts in the winter displaying speed. Break the fall forwardly placed, but will be 3 wide around that first turn. Burning Beauty settles in 4 to the outside to find a name. And then it's Ava's Uncle Billy who runs along in 6. A length and a half to Skellig Island and a margin of 3 to Prophetic, who is 8th and trailing. As they navigate the first turn and reach the backstretch, it's Jake's Orchard who's setting a sensible pace. Shorts in the winter, outside in second. Find a Name is towards the inside in third and 2 lengths off the lead. Break the Falls to the outside of Burning Beauty. They're 4th and 5th. Then 2 more lengths back to Ava's Uncle Billy, deep on the course in 6, 5 lengths off the lead. 3 parts of a length back to Skellig Island, who's about 3 lengths in front of Prophetic, who trails the field. Half mile to go, and it's Jake's Orchard who's on top. Shorts in the winter, pressuring on the outside in second. Burning Beauty in the blue blinkers in third. Break the Fall outside of him. Find a Name towards the inside. Ava's Uncle Billy seems to have some run. Ava's Uncle Billy, white blinkers to the inside of Burning Beauty. 2 lengths off the lead with nowhere to go at this point in time. And Burning Beauty makes a 3-wide bid for the front end of the quarter pole. And Burning Beauty takes over the lead. Ava's Uncle Billy now will follow that one on the outside, but 3 lengths behind Burning Beauty. Got a nice head start on the competition, and Burning Beauty with 1 furlong to go has a lead by a length and a half. Jake's Orchard is in second, and then the battle for third, including Shorts in the winter. 16th to go. It's Burning Beauty and Luis Perez who are well clear. Burning Beauty scores. Jake's Orchard second. Third, Find a Name. Double, $17. Exacta, $41. Trifecta, $73.37. Dime Super. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Drive-Through who sent out for the lead. Johnny No Time on the far outside will attempt to cross and clear. Ray Sully is flashing early speed up into a joint second. Ragtime Pranksters in that middle cluster. And then it's Montauk Memoirs towards the inside fifth. A half length back to Percy 6. And a gap of about 5 lengths to Asleep at 8, who's to the outside of Gray-Haired Gus. Those 2 at the back of the pack. On to the turn they travel. And it's Johnny No Time who opens up by 3. Ragtime Prankster in pursuit in second. Drive-Through third. Ray Sully towards the inside fourth. 2 more lengths. Montauk Memoirs skims the inside in fifth. Percy losing position. And then it is Asleep at 8 who's forced to go very, very wide. And Gray-Haired Gus is saving ground near the back as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Johnny No Time who turns him in. Has the lead by a couple lengths. Montauk Memoirs to the inside. And then it's Ragtime Prankster. Ray Sully stand side. Gray-Haired Gus is at the fence. They run to the 16th pole. Montauk Memoirs, but it's Ray Sully. Ray Sully challenging for the lead late. Ray Sully and Montauk Memoirs. Ray Sully wins over Montauk Memoirs. Then it's Gray-Haired Gus. Exacta, 122.50. 50-cent try, 125 even. Dime Super, $147.10. Pick 3, $57.50. Pick 4, $257.75. Pick 5, $505. $2,750 even. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise our national anthem? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Finger Lakes, a Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 9 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is sloppy. Got about 58 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, there are no changes and no changes in races 1, 2, and 3. Skip over to race number 4. Race 4, we do have a scratch of number 2, Collie's Dream. Collie's Dream, a scratch from the 4th. 5th race, please note the distance of the 5th race has been changed to 1 mile and 40 yards. 1 mile and 40 yards. Race number 6. Got a scratch, couple scratches. Number 4, Cajunette, and number 5, E Complicado. Cajunette and E Complicado both out of race 6. Race number 7. Scratch number 4, Party at the Post. Scratch number 7, Nikki Brainburst. Party at the Post, Nikki Brainburst, the 4 and 7. Both scratched from the 7th. 8th race. There are no changes. No changes in race 8. Then in the 9th and final, please note the distance of the 9th race changed to 1 mile and 40 yards. And scratch number 2, Manny Penny. Number 2, Manny Penny, a scratch from the 9th and final. Don't forget, New York Derby Day is July 14th here at Finger Lakes, the $150,000 New York Derby featuring the Empire State's top 3-year-olds. Also got the $75,000 New York Oaks and the $50,000 Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. We'll have a bet and get promotion. Wager $10 on a Finger Lakes race, win, place, and show. You get your $10 back in gaming free play. Live racing programs on the house on Derby Day. And there'll be some great dining deals just for you. Don't miss it. It promises to be a great day of racing. The 2025 New York Derby, July 14th, right here at Finger Lakes. Got 56 minutes to race number 1. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Batice. Yeah, a little gloomy out there. Hopefully the rain's going to hold off now. It rained this morning overnight. It was kind of off and on. I mean, there was one heavy downpour, but it did leave the track as sloppy. So not sure how much this track's going to dry out because I don't even know if the sun's coming out. Not expected that much more rain, so kind of keep an eye on it. But it does look like we're going to have an off track for most of the day, so handicap accordingly. Looking back at yesterday, yeah, like every Monday, front speed was good. One of these days, I'm going to just lean towards speed, pick all speed horses or close to it, and then they're going to not grade that weekend or something. They're going to catch me. But yeah, front speed was good on Monday, inside speed, as it's been for most Mondays. So you kind of take your notes of trying some of these horses that tried to close on the outside, and some of them did. I mean, you had to be close and make an early move in those races. Again, subject to change today because of all the rain we got. A sealed, sloppy racetrack. As our announcer Bill Downs just mentioned, not long till we have New York Derby Day. It's really a long time between stakes races here, but yeah, this is kind of our biggest one. I mean, we have those bigger purses for the 2-year-old races later in the year as well, but you got to like some of these 3-year-old New York breds this year. You know, you had a couple of them that were on the Kentucky Derby trail. I mean, that River Thames was a nice horse, and then, of course, Jeremiah Englehart's got Mo Plex. Not sure if either one of those will be here for the New York Derby, but there's quite a bit of some good ones. Whether they could go long or not is going to be the question. And I expect a pretty good field, though, for the New York Derby and a couple other stakes races that day as well. Dollar hot dogs and sodas. That'll be the one day that somebody buys me lunch. Or I'll buy somebody else lunch. I don't know, it works both ways, I guess. $3 drafts. So we haven't drank it so long. I forget how much draft beer was, but I guess nowadays a $3 draft would be relatively cheap. I don't know what they cost if you go to the bars. I think we had a surf and turf buffet this week. You might find me in the buffet this week with that surf and turf. That sounds good. I think that takes place this weekend down at our buffet. You might want to check that out as well. We've got 9 races on today's card. That means the late pick 5 is going to start in the 5th. The early one in the 1st right here says the mandatory payout. It is a 5,000 claimer going a distance of a mile. This for fillies and mares. Never won 3. Again, you want to look at some of the off-track breeding on some of these horses. You know, I got a couple horses that might be a little bit of a price today, according to what they would do probably on a fast track. So it'll affect your handicapping because you do want to look for horses that either don't run at all or enjoy it. I think there was a horse today that absolutely loves an off-track that scratched because of track condition. I've never, I think I've seen it here, nowhere else. My Royal Vow is by Broken Vow, and Broken Vow, I think he's lost his A rating for off track, but I know Broken Vow in the past. Remember, I used to get the book in the past, way back when. Now I'm dating myself, but they used to have the book that had the sire ratings for off tracks and for first time starters. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but Broken Vow was one of those, at least common New York bred sire that had an A+ off-track rating. Now on the dam side, it's decent, not really great for off-track, but you know, my Royal Vow actually ran very well just in general on a speed favoring racetrack. Might have hung a little bit, actually might have hung in that race, but the winner was also aided by a track that was favoring first run type horses and speed type horses. So in that sense, my Royal Vow was against it. Again, she did hang a little bit, and she does have more seconds than wins. So it's hard to take a real short price on her. But with the off track, that might be what gets her over the top. It gets her to victory. Now, Dreamery also has a win on an off track. And she's, like my Royal Vow, she's a late runner. She rarely runs a bad race. She had the one race that she finished off the board, finished 5th, but that was only 5 furlongs. Seems like a mile might be right in this horse's ballpark as she makes that one run at the end. And she finished behind My Royal Vow in that race. And like My Royal Vow, she's a little at the mercy of the pace. But again, My Royal Vow ran the better race, easily the better race than Dreamery. They may just simply run the same race on and off track if they get enough pace up front. And instead of finishing second and third, they may finish first and second. That's how I got it here. Throw in Sweet Lilac for third to finish it out. I mean, Turn Up the Music's another one that you consider using at odds of 8-1. I just hate to have three closers, 1, 2, 3. So I wanted to throw in at least a speed horse in case the sealed sloppy track is favoring those close-up types. And a horse stretching out for Dana Saul is the 2, Sweet Lilac. And this one rattled off a couple in a row after arriving here. Arrived here, placed in the perfect position, ran against 5,000 maidens, then ran in the 2 Lifetime, then got caught wide in a little tougher fields going 5.5, and speed favoring track as well. Now, a speed favorite track's not going to work against this horse going long today because the main rivals in here, mostly My Royal Vow, are horses that come off the pace that she might be able to get first run. I mean, as far as other speed in here, you got to think it's Dr. G and Allie right inside of her. So she could be aggressive enough, and if she could take over the lead before those other horses get going, she might pull off the minor upset. Now 7-2 is a little short for her if you're backing for her first time going long, but you know, she may have that advantage, and I'm going to throw her in there just because. I mean, I was going to use Turn Up the Music because Turn Up the Music always hits the board. I mean, it's got to use that horse underneath as well. But again, having closer in a race on an off track that you don't know how the track's going to play, I didn't want to do that. I'm going to go with 6-3-2. All right, second race, 11-9 claimer, going a mile 70. Yeah, I like this horse, but they scratched. What did we cancel the card the last time these horses were scheduled to run? And High Water Mark looked awfully tough that day. I think it's a little tougher today than the race we lost. It would have been an off track that day as well, but I guess that's the big question, and the only question for High Water Mark is how this horse is going to handle the track today. And that's the key, because on a fast track, on paper, this horse should win off of the good second place finish. I think Well Suited just ran third against a really tough field yesterday. So came in from Tampa, only ran once at this level, and overcame some trouble and still ran second. I mean, this horse had all kinds of trouble in that race. Should have won. So it's not too difficult to come back with this horse with an error-free trip. But it's not just that. It's just how this horse handles the track. I know that happens a lot. You say, man, you put him in whatever your stable mail, whatever they call it. You want to play a horse back. Of course, sometimes it's another horse goes in there that's tougher, but also you have other variables that you just can't play a horse back. It's not that simple. One of them is an off track. He's never run on it, and that's the key. Now, the other part of that is there isn't a lot of speed in this second race. It does seem like the speed should come from the 2, Wisecracker. Now, Wisecracker stretched out last time to a mile, flashed some speed in that high water mark, and then just stopped. Went 47. I mean, it wasn't like the horse went that slow, but did stop early and faded. That was the first time going long in quite some time. It was, you have to go back to May of last year, the last time the horse went long, so it might have just got tired, and maybe just not quite fit enough for the mile yet, and might have got something out of it. But the other, I mean, not just being the speed of the race that I like the horse a little, the other part of that could be, this horse has some good off-track breeding. I mean, by practical joke, you know, all the practical jokes run on an off-track. Then you got Medaglia Dior on the dam side. You got a 406 Tomlinson, so should like it. Now, has not hit the board in 4 starts on an off-track, but again, there's other variables involved in that, and the numbers aren't bad. I mean, the last time this horse ran an off track were in sprints and ran third and fourth against simply tougher fields, and where he was against it from pace and track bias situations. So he should like it according to the breeding, and may take to it if he does get out there and does reasonable fractions this time instead of the 47. The 3-horse Neptune Beach should be able to get helped by the apprentice allowance, and these are the type of races that you really want that weight advantage. I always like it, and one of those things that I know a lot of people don't realize this, but some of the sharper players and the sharper trainers know this. When you got a 3-year-old against older horses, especially going long, you get a weight allowance as it is in that race. That's when you put the 7 or the 10-pound bug on, and now you got a huge weight advantage. Now, that's not the case here. It is a 4-year-old, but in these maiden claiming races going long, it really is an advantage, especially a horse that's dropping a notch in class. Wasn't really that competitive last time, did take a little money. My only issue is, and why I didn't use this horse first or second, is the breeding isn't there for the off track, and that's a little bit of a concern. Leoban not really known, I don't know, as much, but the 3 starts on the off track aren't that good. So I'm going to go with the 5, 2, and 3 in this race. Not really going out on a limb with High Water Mark. When they got a name like High Water, they should like an off track, right? Was that the old adage? If they had water or puddle or mud in their name, you go with them? Maybe not. Okay, this one's restricted for 3-year-old fillies. The third, it goes a distance of 5.5. Again, I'm looking at this one from a pace standpoint. It looks like the 1-horse Turbo Train could be the main speed of this race if they decide to use the race. Looked like they tried rating last time off of the speed, according to, well, I watched it too. It kind of looked like, because Kendrick Carmouche is a jockey who usually sees get out there and is aggressive, but she did use her speed chasing the previous couple starts, and her first career start on an off track in the slop is pretty good. She ran second that day, and she didn't take much play at odds of 15-1, so you know she ran well on the sloppy track. But so you know at least she knows she can handle it. But the other part of that is she does look like the main inside speed, which in a race like this one, restricted for 3-year-old fillies, that should make her awfully tough, especially when the main threat is going to be a horse coming from out of it. And these are the 2 that I like. I mean, Adjustable Rate might just be better than her. And I thought Adjustable Rate ran an absolute huge race against the racetrack last time. I mean, you had to be on the lead that day. Queen's Cat was aggressive, didn't break to the front, but that horse initially got off a step slow, then chased and took over the lead and wasn't coming back. So this horse ran second, and a clear second, trying to close ground on a track that you just simply couldn't close on. So for a first career start going 5.5, that was a pretty good race. This race isn't that tough, other than the new face of Turbo Train, who looks like the main speed. If I saw other pace in here, I was going to take this horse on top. Really didn't. I don't think there's much speed in this race. The Turbo Train is going to have the tactical advantage, and Adjustable Rate could possibly be better. I don't know. I might be selling Turbo Train short. She might be better, but she's going to have a tactical edge, and these seem like the 2 main rivals of race number 3. I'm going to throw a long shot for third. A horse that is eligible to improve. I mean, she started off her career against the older horses, ran against the tougher spot of 3 and up. I guess it's considered a drop. You go to the 3, and she had a bad start. And I think the start kind of compromised her chances in her last start. So in a sense, going against tougher, against older, and then the slow start against the fellow 3-year-olds, she's better than what she looks on paper in those 2 starts. And I think she can hit the board here. So I'm going to go the 1-3-2 in the third. Okay, 4th race. Scratch the horse that's 2 for 3 on an off track. The 2, Kelly's Dream. I don't know. Maybe there's other reasons. Breaking Stones should benefit here. I mean, Breaking Stones can do either. This horse can go to the front, can sit just off, can close, can win. Can do both. Son of Darkness looks to be the speed, and I don't think that horse can last. I mean, Son of Darkness is a little better on the off track than what his record says, but I don't think he can last going 6 furlongs against Breaking Stones and Ribbons and Medals. Where I come up with Breaking Stones, other than some good off track breeding on the dam side, is basically he's classier. Number one, he's dropping, and Ribbons and Medals seems like he's flattening out, kind of hanging a little bit in the late stages. Now, Breaking Stones has a lot of seconds too, but he's also got a lot of wins. And he comes out of a race won by Pompous Prince, where he didn't break all that well. This is some serious class relief. You're going to have to accept a short price. I don't know if I would single him, but I definitely got to put him on top, as he does have those advantages. Now, Ribbons and Medals, numbers-wise, I probably would have put on top, except for he's just got a lot of seconds. It's just kind of a thing for me. I don't know, but sometimes they're just the best horse, and he should be there against these. I think he bounces back off of a poor effort. I mean, I understand him getting back. He was getting a little too heavy last race, but I understand him getting bet in that race. I mean, Busted Credit was just simply better, but the rest of them weren't. I mean, Smoking Alone, Production Credit are just horses that just run in that condition, run the same numbers. Ribbons and Medals, if he ran the previous race that he ran, would have been first or second in there, but he didn't. So he's got to bounce back and run back to that race at the end of May, where he ran absolutely huge to run second to Emerald Forest. Now, Emerald Forest was in for the waiver claim and stepped up and beat 11 to 9,000 claimers later on. And so that makes the race look that much better. It almost looks like it's the best race this horse has run. If he can repeat that effort, it doesn't matter what Breaking Stones does. He can win, but again, a lot of seconds plus Breaking Stones drop, so I was going to lean towards the prior. Now, the deep closer, who's clearly at the mercy of the pace and how the track plays, is the one Trap the Dream. So you want to kind of watch the first 3 races if you're going to back Trap the Dream, because don't expect any early speed from him. He's one of those horses, sits back and makes a run, and does make a big late run. He's a big, good-looking horse, and you remember from his allowance days, he makes that big run, and he's 7 now, and he's been running for 5. He runs consistently well for 5. The speed didn't back up last time in the slot, but he's one of those horses, and this is a key too here at Finger Lakes. When we get an off track, there's some horses that just like off tracks. Doesn't matter whether it's sealed, they open it up and it's muddy, whether it's playing speed, it's inside, outside, they like it. But Trap the Dream is a bigger horse, stronger horse that only certain off tracks he likes, some off tracks he doesn't. So normally he does. So normally he takes to the off track, but if you get that hard speed favor and sealed track, it might be harder for him to close on. But expect for him to be closing late, especially if the speed backs up to him at this 6 furlong distance. I'm going to go the 7, 4, 1, and 8. Obviously, Smooth Tails doesn't mind it on the outside. Okay, remember, pick 5, start to the 5th. The other change that we did here, we're going to run the 5th and the 9th race at 1 mile and a 40. Not the flat mile. It gives them a little bit more of a run into that first turn when we do the mile 40. Yeah, I like the price on the 1. Gabby's Legacy. I think her last race is better than it looks. She's 5 to 1 morning line. That's a good price. She ran down a lone speed horse that was taking advantage of a track that was speed. And yeah, I mean, she only beat her by a neck. She's supposed to win that race a lot easier coming from New York. But she got there, and that's the key. when you're against it from pace flow and how the track's playing, and you still win, sometimes that's just as big a race as drawn off by 6 or 7 lengths. And that's how I look at it. Now, she's got to face winners for the first time after that maiden victory, but she was running against some decent horses, running against special weights before dropping to the maiden 30s and then coming here against our special weights. Now, the sloppy track that she ran on, I should say muddy track she ran on, she did catch a tough field. It was the first time with the equipment change, and she had a wide trip. So maybe that doesn't tell the story of how she'll handle the off track today. And that is going to be the key. It's going to be key for a few horses. But at the price, if I do another horse that's going to be a price in here, might even be double digits if they lay off it, is Maze Love Laffy. Now, she's anything but a winner. She does like to hit the board a lot, though. She's a nice check getter, as she's 1 for 27 in her career. But notice, she's hit the board over half the time. So that's what you expect from her. The other thing is, it's another race that doesn't have any real good speed. You don't have that one true speed horse, so that horse is going to get out there, and that's the one they got to catch. Maze Love Laffy could actually get out there with Silent Sandy, and it's just as fast as Silent Sandy, I would think, because Silent Sandy didn't go that fast last time when she had the lead at 49, change of 115. I mean, on paper, Silent Sandy does look like the speed. But Maze Love Laffy, if you know some of her races, she's been out there with a 49 and a 48 and 4, and she's inside of Silent Sandy, so she might be able to hold the rail here on that front line, or maybe choose to sit just off Silent Sandy. But I would think that she may, if they don't go that fast, so if they do a 24 first quarter and then a 49 half, she could be out there, and she could be very dangerous in the spot, of course, at least to hit the board against this 2 Lifetime field. I mean, her sprint race last race was actually very, very good, considering she was off the layoff and ran third to Stunning Sugar was much the best, and Equinox, who got bet off the board for whatever reason. Now, that's going to be my third choice. I mean, Equinox, I don't know how Stunning Sugar wasn't 2 to 5 in there. Somebody was all over Equinox. There's that one guy that yells Amazon or whatever down at the winner's circle that brings the horses, got everybody to bet this horse. But, I mean, and it's hard not to bet Windy Lee Farms and John Buckley. They've been on an absolute roll this year. And the sloppy track race that this horse ran fourth, wasn't bad. And the last race wasn't bad. It just ran into a much, much better horse in that Sugar horse for Paul Barrow. Now, Maze Love Laffy ran a good race to be third as well. And Equinox did close in there. So the route breeding is there. The trainer's on fire. This horse would obviously be no surprise, but it's also a very good favorite to beat if this horse does end up the favorite at 3 to 1 morning line. The 4, Playing with Dolls, is the other half. It looks like Kevin Navarro probably either opted to take Equinox or Cruz opted to take Mia Napatina. So Louis Perez does pick up the mount. That's not a positive sign if you're backing Playing with Dolls, but she does look like she's more of an underneath type horse here. I do like the off-track breeding on her, though. I mean, this horse shouldn't mind the off-track at all. So I don't know why all the jockeys disappeared off of this horse. You're still left with a very good rider in Louis Perez. But you notice, the last time this horse ran in the slop was right before stretching out. And the top 2 finishers were next style winners. So Playing with Dolls, very much a player in here, despite nobody wanting to ride the horse. And I might have even taken this horse over the stablemate, except for it does look like the jockeys went to Equinox and Mia Napatina. But I had the 2 stablemates pretty equal, though. I thought Playing with Dolls ran very well, stretching out, going a mile as well, and might get a good trip. Equinox, the same thing. He should also unproven, really going a route, but should absolutely love the distance. So I do like both of John Buckley's horses in here. They're both big win threats in race number 5. But I did go the 1, 2, 8, and 4. I'd probably use all 4 of them if you're playing pick 5s or pick 4s or whatever. It's not a race you just absolutely say, oh yeah, this horse is going to win. I absolutely love the horse. I like Gabby's Legacy mainly because the horse is a good price. Sixth race, Scratch K. Jeanette, who probably would have been the favorite in here. So that one out makes this horse kind of open. Scratch the 5, E. Complicado. I'm all the way on the outside. I don't like doing that. I mean, one of my things is I do not like outside posts. Especially you get hit that first turn, you're caught wide. You better be the best horse or work out a trip or you're not going to win. Well, you got Funny Forecast, who obviously looks like the best horse, but you got to worry about the post and also the off tracks. But with the scratch of K. Jeanette, she does look like the horse to beat because K. Jeanette looked like the main threat. But she did run second in her last race, so that was her first race over the track. It was for this level. Now she's a 4-year-old here, and there's a few 3-year-olds in here, so she's got that advantage too. But her 3 starts in New York were not good. So obviously she liked this track, but her last race is good enough to beat this field. And you got to love the breeding. Just a matter of how she handles the track and how she can handle the situation of being far outside. Now, a horse that you would expect to really like an off track at 8-1 is the 10, Pisgah Pike, a Kentucky bred by Blame, who only had the one start at dirt at Mahoning. It was over a good racetrack and ran pretty decently, first time using blinkers. So she arrives here to Finger Lakes, and off of that last effort, maybe she can work out a trip of being in the top 3. And, you know, she's just a good price horse to use. I would expect her to keep improving and do well in here. Again, another 3-year-old. A lot of these are 3-year-olds. It's also another thing that gives Funny Forecast that advantage. Although it is one of the things against that horse is how she did in New York. Just didn't fire at all. But they bet her here, and she ran very well. Now, Freedom Dreams, she could be another one that could possibly a win threat. Now, she just followed the leader in a race that went very, very slow. They went 47 and change, and she just held her position. Chuck a Tuck, who's going to be a big bomb in here, was third. I don't know, wasn't much in there. But maybe she can improve off of the race. She might have to improve off the number to win, but it was a decent effort. You can't hold it against her. She's just following the leader as Nikki Brainburst just got out there alone on the lead, and you know they just ran 1-2 around the track. So she plays, especially if she improves off of that effort. She had some decent efforts as a 2-year-old, so she should be a big top 3 threat in here as well. I'll throw in the 1 Goodies Girl. She's the wild card in here. A tricky read by Mineshaft. Obviously, she's bred to go a lot longer. She's got some turf breeding in there. So a dirt sprint at 5.5 furlongs is not necessarily what her breeding hints at, but she has faced tougher. You got one of the top trainers. I mean, how many times have you seen Chris Engelhardt win with these type in the last 10, 15 years? A lot. Of course, I like Gabby's Legacy, comes out of that race. And it's just a matter of the cutback. It's a big cutback. I got her landing a share. I mean, Engelhardt won with that horse yesterday, coming off a long, long layoff. They just ran 1-2 around the track with the Murph, and Creation of Adam ran absolutely huge considering the layoff. There's only a couple trainers here that do that can win off the year layoff, and it's Mike Ferraro and Chris Engelhardt. 7th race, Scratch the 4, Party at the Post. Scratch the 7, Nikki Brainburst. Speaking of Nikki Brainburst, and who comes out of that Freedom Dreams race, who raced the race before. This is a very interesting and tricky race because it is 5.5 furlongs, but most of the field likes to be forwardly placed. So what do you do here? I mean, do you just take the best of the speed? Do you take the best horse that's got the best numbers? Or the horse that sometimes could get the trip as far as being the inside speed, while the rest are trying to press, and she's got the shortest distance around, and she obviously doesn't mind an off track. I'm talking about Bald Kitten. The other thing with Bald Kitten is she shortens up slightly to 5.5, and that could make the difference. She ran second to Deezer Rock, who's a real good one, and Mamba Gigi, who did the fastest time of the year in the first race of the year. And the thing is, she certainly has experience on and off track. Since her debut, which was against the boys, she ran every race on and off track until that last 6 furlong race. And of her recent races, that's her worst race. But I think it was more the 6 furlongs than anything that caught up to her. But going to 5.5, she's going to have some company, at least Queen's Cat, and maybe Enunciate. Now, Enunciate looked like an absolute world beater in her debut. They did better late. I mean, she was 5-1, and then they bet her late down to 3-1. But she won as easily as you're going to win in that 5 furlong race. But it was also a good day for speed, and she had an easy lead, but she came home pretty quick. Again, 5 furlongs. Now, what happened last time is the big question. It was a mediocre 2 lifetime field, and she stopped. Maybe forgive the efforts, and that happens. Maybe they just bounce back and run back to that maiden victory. And she did. I mean, this horse is very, very well bred. I mean, she was at auction for a high price. You're talking like $200,000 or something like that. She's out of Whispering Angel, who's by Hard Spun. The sire being Speightstown. The breeding is there. This horse will probably go off a big favorite in here, just looking back to what she did on her debut and her breeding. But there are some question marks here. Now, Whispering Angel, I know there's some really good breeding there with Speightstown, but both career wins for Whispering Angel was on the turf. Although the half of this one, Wells Bayou, won the Louisiana Derby. I think this horse is going to be really good going long. I mean, really good. We'll see. I mean, it's interesting to see how she does today, how she bounces back. But it's also, she's up against it a little bit with having 2 other speed horses inside of her. She may have to try something new with sitting just off of them. And, you know, that's usually a good time to do it. I could see her winning. Obviously, she's going to be the favorite in here. But she could be a vulnerable favorite because she is such a tricky read after running not so good in her second start versus her debut. Now, the horse that has at least shown that she can pass horses is the 6, Signifying Nothing. Not that she's came from way out of it, but at least she went by somebody and kept going. I would expect Signifying Nothing to possibly be last early. Am I going out on a limb by saying that? Because of all the speed in there, she doesn't have to engage the speed. And if they really burn themselves out, this might be one to pull off the upset just on running style, because it does look like they're all forwardly placed, all pressing that pace. Although you may see a couple, they're young horses, they may try something different. But even though she shortens up to 5.5, she looked good winning. I mean, it was a much, much easier field that she beat last time. But she did look good winning. And her running style, I think at least could put her in the top 3, especially when you got a bunch of speed types in this race. So pretty good 7th race. Going to go with the 1, 3, and 6. All right, 8th race could be considered our feature race of the day. It is a never won 3 allowance race, going a distance of 1.70 miles, and I really had a tough time with this race. I think I changed my mind 3 different times as far as who I liked on top. I did use all 3 of them. Well, no, actually 4 times. I wasn't even considering Jansen if that one could get the lead. You also got lifetime guarantee, but that horse is off the layoff. I mean, can you really discount or just throw anybody out of this race? I mean, Ice Time, if the pace is quick, that horse becomes a player. I mean, that's why it's a good feature. Probably the best betting race of the card when nobody's out of it. Now, who do you like on top? I don't really like outside horses when they're so closely, as far as being competitive, they're so close. I would say Rockstar Rebel could be the one that's improving. You don't usually like 3-year-olds that have been facing restricted 3-year-olds, he is moving to face tougher. I don't like that, but especially a couple wins in a row. But he's not going to be a heavy favorite. You know, lifetime guarantee is going to take money. He's the morning line favorite. He'll probably be the favorite. Cast a Coin's going to take money because he's a stakes winner. Rockstar Rebel could just improve enough to beat this field on the stretch out. Now, it's not the strongest of breedings for route, but how many Michael S. Ferraro horses, when he stretches them out, can't get the distance? And that's an honest question because they all go long. So I could see this horse improving on the stretch out and improving enough that he could win this race. You got 2 for the price of 1 with the entry for Rachel Sells and Caitlin Gutterson. Alfgar, it wasn't a clean trip, but it did take advantage of a pace to win. He's got decent off-track breeding, though he hasn't won on it. Tony O's got good off-track breeding, but he hasn't won on it. I could see either one. Cruz opts to go to Alfgar of the 2, but both of them have a chance in here. Yeah, how good is Cast a Coin? I mean, that's going to be the question here in race number 8. He's stretching out for the first time. The breeding is there for the route, and he's a really nice-looking horse. He looks like a stakes horse for Jacqueline Falk. And looked good winning the Tin Cup Chalice. Did break his maiden on a sloppy track, so he doesn't mind it. Goes first-time Lasix for this route race, and I just liked his season debut. He came off the layoff and ran a very good second, first time against older horses, despite stumbling at the start against a good horse in Puckish. He's the wild card here because he could be this good. I mean, imagine this horse should be facing restricted 3-year-olds, but he's been competitive against the older anyway. All right, last race. Again, we're going to change the distance to a mile 40. Scratch the 2, Manny Penny. Obviously, Keegs is the speed on the inside. You got Hanini in there as well. I use both of them. Hanini I like it here. Always works well in the morning, but he is off a layoff. That's why Keegs, if he can last on the front, could be tougher. I went all the way to the outside, though. Speaking of Jacqueline Falk and Stephen Frett, who won that stakes race with Cast a Coin last year, Socks for Daughters does drop a notch in class. The last time this horse ran for 5,000 was in the mud and won. So I'm looking at that race as maybe what puts this horse over the edge against the win, and he's a little bit of a price. It is, to say the least, another wide open race. I like the last 2 races of the card. They're good betting races. The one Keegs could just steal it from the inside, especially if inside speed is good. But I think Hanini plays working well and does have a little back class. It's not like this horse was running for 5,000 all along, and he's coming back for the waiver claim. And I will throw in the 7 Rockable for 4th. This horse was 35 to 1 last time, drops and is 3 to 1 today. He did win, like Socks for Daughters. The last time Rockable ran for 5,000 was in a sprint, but it was in the mud, and he won. So you could say the same thing for Rockable. Therefore, you have to use the horse. And I would want a bunch of them if I'm playing pick 4s or pick 5s if you get to the last race. So enjoy today's card. It's a little wet there. The track is going to start off as sloppy. See if it's upgraded as the day goes on, if the rain holds off. We got 9 of them today, 9 of them tomorrow. 1 o'clock first post for the Wednesday card tomorrow, and I'll see you then.
Coming on the track, first race at Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Dr. G and Alley and Andre Worry. Skip to the 3, Dreamery with Luis Perez. Number 4, Turn Up the Music, Kevin Navarro. Number 5, La Indecente and Michael de Villa Jr. Number 6, My Royal Vow, Jeremias Flores. And number 7, Happy Time, Cabercoa. And there's the 2, Sweet Lilac and Jose Baez. Track is sloppy. First race in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. First of 9 races on this Tuesday. Got some rain overnight. Track is sloppy. Field of 7 fillies and mares, condition claimers going a mile. Even money favorite number 6, My Royal Vow. Dr. G and Alley. Sweet Lilac. Sweet Lilac's in. Dreamery. Turn Up the Music. La Indecente. Happy Time, the last to load up. And they're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Dr. G and Alley who's hustled hard for the lead. Dreamery's on the outside with La Indecente up into second. Sweet Lilac towards the inside in a joint third with Dreamery. And then it's My Royal Vow, 3 wide in fifth. A couple lengths to Turn Up the Music. In no hurry towards the inside in second last. And 4 lengths to Happy Time, who's at the back of the pack. 6 furlongs to go as they transition to the backstretch. Dr. G and Alley has a lead by a half length. La Indecente harassing outside in second. My Royal Vow to the outside of Dreamery for third. Turn Up the Music is on the move. Turn Up the Music into fifth. 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. Sweet Lilac shuffle back to second last, and 2 lengths to Happy Time, who's at the back of the pack. Half mile to go in the opener. It's Dr. G and Alley by a half over La Indecente, My Royal Vow, and Turn Up the Music making bids 3 and 4 wide. Dreamery will try and pick her way through traffic, and only 2 lengths off the lead into fourth as La Indecente drops back. The 2 back markers, Sweet Lilac and Happy Time. 3 across the track at the quarter pole. It's My Royal Vow, the favorite, to the outside of Dr. G and Alley. Turn Up the Music's under a drive. Dreamery still looking out for a running lane. Will dive over towards the inside. That running lane is there, if good enough, as they run down to the final furlong. Dreamery gets through. Turn Up the Music's on the grandstand side. Dr. G and Alley and Sweet Lilac are one pace. 16th to go. It's Turn Up the Music and Dreamery. Turn Up the Music forging to the front. Turn Up the Music wins over Dreamery. Dr. G and Alley third. Fourth, My Royal Vow. Four, three, one, six. Number 4. Turn Up the Music first. Time for the mile, 141.67. Turn Up the Music, New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut filly by Audible out of They Playing Our Song. Windy Lee Farm owns. Jonathan Buckley trains. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. The New Hill Farm bred, Turn Up the Music. First race official, exacta $73, 50-cent trifecta, $70.75. Dime super, $31, $15.80. The winning mutual on Turn Up the Music. Second race at Finger Lakes, no changes, exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 2 in about 19 minutes at 1:30 p.m. Make your plans to be here on July 21st for our first free handicapping challenge of the season. That's right, $2,500 will be up for grabs, in which the winner will take home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 finishers receive prize money. The challenge consists of Finger Lakes races 1 through 8, and you got to be a Lucky North Rewards member to participate. Please note the track for race number 2 has been upgraded to good. Track will be listed as good for race 2.
All right, getting ready for race number 2. Yeah, man, how hot is that John Buckley barn? I mean, those connections, Buckley, Navarro, Windy Lee Farm, they just keep it going and turn up the music. A horse that gets second and third a lot, always fires. Today was able to get the right kind of trip. Good job by Kevin Navarro to get that victory for the Red Hot Buckley barn. All right, second race, a 11-9 maiden claimer that goes the distance of a mile and 70. Yeah, high water mark ran second despite trouble last time. They didn't really come back. Well, they did. I mean, well suited, just got the little better of the trip and was able to get the victory. This horse just did not get a good trip that day. So today, give him another chance. They ended up canceling the other day where he looked like he was going to be the winner. It's just a matter of how he takes to the off track, and that's going to be the case for a few horses today. I think we're about to go to good. It is drying out a little bit if we don't get any more rain, but it's still a lot of moisture in that track. And it's an interesting race because you got 2 horses are coming up in class from the 5,000. You got 2 horses dropping in class from the special weight. Then you got a couple horses like High Water Mark who just ran in the condition. Well, my second choice here is going to be the 2 Wisecracker, mainly because of the pace flow in here. Now, stopped last time, did go 47. The track was a little quicker, so it wasn't ridiculously fast, but the race did fall apart, considering well-suited High Water Mark ran 1-2. Maybe he holds on a little better today with the off-track. He's got very good off-track breeding, despite only 1 time in the money and 4 starts on the off-track in the past. There were the other variables. He was running against tough competition, but the breeding is there for off-track. So it's just a matter of him getting reasonable fractions. There doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in here. Maybe the 6 On Cloud Wine would be the one to be his accompanying him on the front end in the early going. The 3-horse Neptune Beach is another one that comes from out of it. Will get some weight off here with the apprentice rider. Doesn't have very good off-track breeding, though. That would be the downside for Neptune Beach. But another one that takes to the track could be tough. As mentioned, you know, there's a couple horses coming up in class, a couple at the level. He's one of the ones that comes down in class, so could wake up in a big way in this race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got 6 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track for the second race. From Finger Lakes, here's your field. Number 1, King Solomon and Cabercoa. Number 2, Wisecracker, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3 is Neptune Beach and Alexa Marie Cintron aboard. Number 4, Waiting for AI. Luis Pena, the jockey, late overweight on the 4, 2 pounds over. Number 5 is High Water Mark, Joel Cruz. And number 6, On Cloud 9, Laird Bailey is the rider. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. Loading up for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go, a mile 70 yards. 6 to 5, number 5, High Water Mark. 5 to 2, number 3, Neptune Beach. Waiting for AI goes in, High Water Mark. And On Cloud Wine. Ready for a start. And they're off. Stumbling a couple strides after the start, waiting for AI, who's last. It's Wisecracker who establishes an early lead. Neptune Beach accompanies that one on the outside second. King Solomon saving ground in third. And then an On Cloud Wine, 3 wide in fourth. High Water Marks in second last. And waiting for AI is at the back as they navigate the first turn. Wisecracker on top, the lead's a length and a half. Neptune Beach and those blue blinkers in pursuit in second. King Solomon is a clear-cut third, 4 lengths off the lead, a gap of about 6 to High Water Marks in fourth. Waiting for AI is out of last and putting On Cloud Wine in the 6th and trailing position. As they travel up the backstretch, it's Wisecracker doling out the fractions. The lead's been reduced to a half length over Neptune Beach, who's contending on the outside in second. King Solomon's off the inside in third. High Water Mark towards the inside fourth, 5.5 lengths off the lead. Then a big space of about 8 lengths to On Cloud Wine to the outside, waiting for AI who trails. 3 furlongs to go. Wisecracker still holding sway from Neptune Beach. About 6 lengths to High Water Mark and the red blinkers in third. King Solomon backpedals a bit in fourth. The 2 back markers On Cloud Wine and waiting for AI as they reach the top of the stretch. Wisecracker, Neptune Beach drifts out wide. High Water Mark will have a decision to make. Will try to come to the outside of Wisecracker this point in time, but now has to dive back over towards the inside. All the meanwhile, Neptune Beach overhauls Wisecracker. High Water Marks up the inside. Second, 16th to go. Neptune Beach leads by a length and a half, 2 over High Water Mark. It's Neptune Beach in front. High Water Mark second, Wisecracker third, On Cloud Wine fourth. Three, 5, 2, 6. Number 3, Neptune Beach first. Mile 70 yards, 146.44. In the winner's circle, number 3, Neptune Beach. New York bred 5-year-old Big Gunner by Levon on a paper kite. A soft rodent owner trainer, and Alexa Marie Cintron, an apprentice aboard Neptune Beach. Sequel thoroughbreds, bred Neptune Beach. Neptune Beach pays $8 to win. Exacta 2160, double 63.50, 50-cent trifecta. $23.25, and Dime Super $12.72. Third race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Win play show, Exacta Tri Superfecta Daily Double, pick 4 wagering. A pick 4 starts on race number 3. Post time in about 20 minutes.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 3. That'll be the first Finger Lakes win for Alex Marie Cintron. Congratulations to her. She's only had a few mounts, and she was able to guide that one to victory for Asaf Ronan. Did nothing wrong there. She sat right off a wisecracker, took over, and before high water mark could get going. So she did everything right. She got the victory, got her first Finger Lakes win, and that one will start off a pick 3. Okay, we go to the third race. This is a 5.5 furlongs. This is restricted for 3-year-old filly maidens, and really can narrow it down to a couple horses here. You got the inside speed of the one Turbo Train, and she does seem like she's got a big tactical edge here. And you got Adjustable Rate, who ran a solid second against the racetrack behind Queen's Cat, who just shot out there and kept going in a pretty decent time. So it might be that's how the race seems like it sets up here. Can Turbo Train carry her speed at 5.5, or can Adjustable Rate run her down? Unless somebody can step up and go with Turbo Train early, that is the way I went. I may think, Adjustable Rate might be the better horse, but Turbo Train does have that tactical edge because it doesn't look like there's much for early speed in here. And she's really close to some very quick fractions at Aqueduct, and her debut is good enough to beat this field. She ran a good second on a sloppy racetrack against a better field. Those 40,000 maiden 3-year-olds are better than our 3-year-old maiden special weights. So it's just a matter of her holding on here over Adjustable Rate. But I'll throw a long shot, because after you get past those two, really not much else to like in here compared to those two anyway. Ring of the Rise, I'll just throw a long shot in for third. She ran behind Mission Avenue, who would probably be the other one to consider using in here. But she did have a slow start, and she did in her debut as well, but that was against older horses in her debut. But the bad starts are kind of catching up with her last time. If she breaks a little sharper today, she's got some off-track breeding. She could land in the number behind Turbo Train, Adjustable Rate, who look like the two major players. Exactitry Super Daily Double and pick 4 starts in the third. You got 6 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1, Turbo Train, Emmanuel De Diego aboard. Number 2 is Ring of the Rise and Nasario Alvarado. Number 3, Adjustable Rate, Kevin Navarro. Go to the 4, Mission Avenue and Stephen Frett. Number 5 is Country Manor and Andre Worry. Number 6, Jet Tador and Luis Perez. And There's the 3 adjustable rate and Navarro. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs, 4 to 5 on number 3, adjustable rate. Two to 1 on number 1, Turbo Train. Adjustable rate. Right behind the gate. Going up into line, Mission Avenue, Country Manor, and Jet Tador. The last few to load. Country Manor going up. One out. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Jet Tador breaks outward but goes out for the lead. Turbo Train, though, has more early speed. And Turbo Train opens up by a couple. Now 3 lengths over Jet Tador in second. Ringing the Rise, improving up the inside third. Adjustable rate in between horses fourth. Then 3 lengths back to Mission Avenue is about a length and a half in front of Country Manor, who trails the field. Turbo Train up the backstretch. Now onto the far turn, has a lead by 2.5 lengths. Jet Tador is in second. Ring of the Rise is in third. Adjustable rate has been shuffled back to fourth and 7 lengths off the lead. Going to get passed there by Mission Avenue, and Country Manor's at the back of the pack as they arrive at the quarter pole. It's Turbo Train who has a lead by 2. Jet Tador trying to cut into the margin second. Ring of the Rise towards the inside in third, and then it's Mission Avenue in fourth as they run down to the final furlong. It's Turbo Train who shrugs off Jet Tador. Turbo Train has a lead by 4 lengths over Jet Tador as its Mission Avenue is up into third. Then it's Ring of the Rise in deep stretch. It's Turbo Train. Turbo Train victorious. Jet Tador second. Mission Avenue third. Adjustable rate gets fourth. One 6-4 and a photo for fourth. Number 1, Turbo Train first. Fourth, the 3, adjustable rates. To the winner's circle, number 1, Turbo Train. New York bred, 3-year-old bay filly by Big Brown out of Night Train. Joseph McMahon, Ann McMahon, Edward Gardner, Daniel Plummer, the ownership. Ralph D'Alessandro, the trainer. Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey, aboard Turbo Train. McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, bred Turbo Train. $6.50, the winning mutual. Double, $32.60. Exacta, $74.50. 50-cent try, $61. Dime super, $27.55. Fourth race from Finger Lakes, scratch the 2. Collie's Dream. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, wagering. Post time, race number 4 in about 19 minutes.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 4. And looking back at the third, yeah, I mean, pace makes the race more than anything. That probably was the best horse anyway. And it just got loose. It was one of those races that was just void of any early speed, and Turbo Train took full advantage of it. Emmanuel Di Diego got that horse out to the front and was never coming back to them. Got the victory for Ralph D'Alessandro, first trip over the track. Didn't mind the off track either. Kind of everything pointed towards that horse, and he got a pretty good price at odds of 2-1. Fourth race, a 5,000 claim race. Now where's the race since the date, or never won 4 races. We do scratch the 2, Kali's Dream, who looked like a strong player, and they're dropping and actually had a good record on the off track. The 7, Breaking Stone's going to get a lot of action here. Runs okay on the off, and actually has won on the off track in the past. And the big thing is dropping in class here to 5,000. Was in for the waiver claim at the 11-9 level. Ran into Pompous Prince, who was probably better than an 11-9. The horse was a good allowance horse way back when. And that was a tough field. And the other thing with Breaking Stones is he didn't break all that sharp in that race either. So he gets some serious class relief here, dropping to 5,000. Strong player in this spot. The 4 is Ribbons and Medals. Ribbons and Medals, more seconds than victories. He ran big going 5.5 when ran against Emerald Forest. Emerald Forest really had a battle on his hands that day, and Emerald Forest just won at the 11-9 level the other day, just showing that the race was good. The time was good for the day and for the level, but last race wasn't as good. The horse may have bounced off of the effort or just kind of flatten out with his late run. And he does that. He does hang a little bit in some of his races, which is the concern. But he's okay with his numbers on the off track, that he should be a big threat against this field. There's no Emerald Forest in here. The 1 horse is Trap the Dream. Yeah, 10-1 was a little high for Trap the Dream because this horse does put in a good late run. The concern with Trap the Dream is he is just a horse that's at the mercy of the early pace. And, you know, other than Son of Darkness, you might have Breaking Stones be a little aggressive. But other than that, there really isn't a lot of speed in here, which might compromise the chances of a horse like Trap the Dream. But it's a horse that you got to use in the top 3 or 4 because he does put in that late run. It's just a question of how good of a late run he's going to put in. Depends on how quick they go early and if they back up to him at all, because he's not going to make up that ground if somebody's alone out there in 47. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the 4th. You got about 6 minutes to post again. Scratch the 2, Kali's Dream.
Horses are coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Trap the Dream and Kevin Navarro. Number 3, Captain of My Heart, Nazario Alvarado. Number 4, Ribbons and Medals and Cabercoa. Number 5 is Buck Wild and Laird Bailey. Number 6, Son of Darkness and Hemet Harkey. Number 7, Breaking Stones and Jeremias Flores. Number 8, Smooth Tails, Michael Davila Jr., the jockey. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go 6 furlongs. Big favorite at even money, number 7, Breaking Stones. 5 to 2 on number 4, Ribbons and Medals. Buck Wild. Son of Darkness. Breaking Stones and Smooth Tails. 4 to 5 on Breaking Stones. 1 out, Smooth Tails. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's Smooth Tails who accelerates out for the front end. Son of Darkness, Ribbons and Medals. Buck Wild, second, third, and fourth. Breaking Stones on the extreme outside as it's Captain of My Heart who's towards the inside in second last in a space of about 7 lengths to Trap the Dream, who brings up the rear. Smooth Tails up the backstretch, half mile to go, the leads 2. Ribbons and Medals and the red blinkers in second, to the inside of Son of Darkness in third. Breaking Stones outside in fourth, 4.5 lengths off the lead but in the clear. Buck Wild is next and 2.5 lengths to Captain of My Heart, who's 5 lengths in front of Trap the Dream, who's at the back of the pack. As they got a quarter of a mile left to travel, it's Smooth Tails who has the lead by 3. Ribbons and Medals and Breaking Stones are bearing down on the outside, second and third. Son of Darkness is in fourth. They got 3/16 to go. Smooth Tails, the lead's been reduced to a length. It's Breaking Stones who threatens on the outside, and Breaking Stones looming large, and Breaking Stones sticking the head in front of Smooth Tails at the 16th pole, and it's Breaking Stones, the 3 to 4 favorite, who will prevail. Smooth Tails in a photo with Trap the Dream for second. Then it was Ribbons and Medals in fourth. Number 7, Breaking Stones, first. It's a photo for second. 6 furlongs, 112.68. Number 8, Smooth Tails, holds second over number 1, Trap the Dream, 7814. To the winner's circle, number 7, Breaking Stones. New York bred, 7-year-old bay gelding by Congrats out of Stonemaker, Paul Barrow and William G. Anthony, the ownership. Paul Barrow is the trainer. Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. Roddy Valente, bred Breaking Stones. $350 the winning mutual. Daily double, $14.60. Exacta, $26.80. 50-cent try, $20.50. Dime superfecta, $7.32. 50-cent pick 3, $18.25. Fifth race from Finger Lakes. Please note the distance changed from 1 mile to 1 mile and 40 yards. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5, wagering, post time in 21 minutes.
We're getting ready for race number 5, and Breaking Stones was able to run down Smooth Tails, who's starting to get a little comfortable out there as Son of Darkness trying to rate a little bit, trying a little extra to get 6 furlongs. But Smooth Tails hung in there for a while, but Breaking Stones, just on the class drop, was just too good for that field. And Jeremiah Flores gets a victory for Barrows. We go to the 5th. Remember, this race, we did change the distance. The distance will now be run at 1 mile and 40 yards. So you're going to get an extra 40 yards to get a little more run into that first turn. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and the late pick 5, that's the one with the carryover, starts with this race. It's a pretty competitive 5th race. So not a lot of speed in here either. You got the 1-horse Gabby's Legacy was the one that I like. The 2-horse Bays Love Laffy and the 3 Silent Sandy. Those 2 look like the 2 that probably have the most tactical speed for the mile 40. Now, Silent Sandy showed speed last time. Didn't go that fast. Kind of worked out for her as she ended up winning the race after setting some slow fractions. Maze Love Lafty's been on the lead before in a 48 and change for the mile or a mile 70. So she does have some speed that she could hold the rail on. So those seem like the 2 speeds. Gabby's Legacy was the one that I liked on top because she ran down the main speed on a day that it was tough to run down the speed, and that one did have an easy lead. Now, that was a maiden victory, so she's going to get tested a little more, facing winners for the first time in her second trip over the track, but she could also improve off of that race, and the race is better than it looks just because the pace flow was against her and she still won. Mentioned the 2, Maze Love Laffy, very consistent horse as far as hitting the board, not necessarily as far as to win. She's won for 27, but has hit the board quite a few times, over half of her starts. And her first start off the layoff was actually really good, running 3rd behind Stunning Sugar and Equinox, who's in this race as well. So, and that one is still unproven going along, where Maze Love Laffy does like the distance. It's just a matter of getting her nose out in front to win, but she's got to be a top 3 threat either way. And she's going to be a little bit of a price in here, especially with the wide open field. She's at odds of 6-1. As mentioned, the pace flow kind of benefits her because it seems like there's only 2 speeds in here, in a sense, with Maze Love Laffy and Silent Sandy. Mentioned the Equinox. There's 1 and 2 of John Buckley's that are in here. Equinox comes out of the race that was the fastest of the year. It was the first race of the year, first race of the meet, I should say. Mama Gigi ran a 52 and change, which was the fastest 4.5 furlong time we saw in quite some time. And nobody was closing that day. The top 2 finishers came back to win as well as she did. She came back to win and won pretty convincingly, going 5.5. Again, she tried winners for the first time. She was overmatched by Stunning Sugar, but ran well. Now she'll try stretching out. Has decent breeding for the route because she does have that lemon drop kid on the dam side. Same thing with Playing with Dolls, the other stablemate. Playing with Dolls out of, especially on the dam side, very well bred for the off track on the dam side. She ran second last time going a mile. In her previous start on the sloppy track, the 2 horses that finished ahead of her both came back to win. So she's not out of it either. Buckley's got 2 pretty good shooters in race number 5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, the late pick 5 starts. With this race, you got about 6 minutes to post.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. 5th race at Finger Lakes. Please note this race is now 1 mile 40 yards. There's the 1, Gabby's Legacy, and Caber Coa. Number 2 is Maze Loved Laffy. Him and Harkey aboard. Number 3, Silent Sandy and Michael Davila Jr. Number 4, Playing with Dolls and Luis Perez. Number 5, Mia Nipotina, Joel Cruz. Number 6, Out of the Cloud and Jose Baez. Number 7, Our First Lady and Christian Navarro. Number 8, Equinox and Kevin Navarro. And number 9 is Change Order, Andre Worry calling the shots. Fifth race starts, late 50-cent pick 5, post time in about 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approach to the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Starts the late 50-cent pick 5. Field of 9. Fillies and Mares to go a mile. 8-5, number 8, Equinox. 7-2, number 4, Playing with Dolls. Silent Sandy up into line. Mia Nipotina. Out of the cloud. Our First Lady. Current favorite Equinox. And Change Order. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a very competitive start. Mays Loved Laffy out of the cloud. Silent Sandy all sending out for the lead. Gabby's Legacy improving up the inside into the top 3 as it's out of the cloud and Equinox who are next. Followed up by Playing with Dolls towards the inside. 5 off the lead. 3 lengths to Mia Nipotina in 7th. 2.5 more lengths to one of the Grays, Our First Lady in second last. And Change Orders in the 9th and trailing position and about 12 lengths off the lead. As they switch on to the backstretch, Mays Loved Laffy on top. The lead's a half length. Silent Sandy is on the outside in second. Gabby's Legacy 3 wide in third. Equinox deep on the course in fourth and about 4 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths back to Out of the Cloud who races in fifth to the outside of Playing with Dolls in sixth. It's Mia Nipotina with a bit of a rally on the outside. Only about 6 lengths off the lead. 5 lengths back to the trailers and they are our First Lady and change order. As they go on to the far turn, Mays Love Laffy has the lead. Equinox now makes a bid up into second, 2 lengths off the lead as Mia Nipotina fouls that one in third, but 6 lengths off the pace. Playing with Dowles will try and get through in between horses. And then it's Silent Sandy and Gabby's Legacy who are 1 pace, 5th and 6th as they turn into the stretch. Mays Loved Laffy. Equinox comes to attack on the outside in second. Mia Nipotina towards the inside in third, playing with Dowles in fourth. 1 furlong to go. Mays Love Laffy drifting out wide. Equinox to the outside. 16th to go. Showdown between Mays Love Laffy and Equinox. It's Equinox. Equinox powers to the front and gets the victory over Mays Loved Laffy, who is a game second. Mia Nipotina in third. Many lengths back to Silent Sandy fourth. Eight two five three. Number 8 Equinox first. Coming back to the winner's circle, number 8 Equinox. New York bred. 4-year-old bay fillet by Matoli out of Cat's Girl. Calla. Windy Lee Farm owns. Jonathan Buckley trains. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. 2 wins in the card for Windy Lee Farm. Jonathan Buckley and Kevin Navarro. Dixie Farm bred Equinox. 770, the winning mutual. Exacta, $31.60. Double, $18. 50-cent try, $32.62. Dime Super, $27.95. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $832.25. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 4 Cajonette and number 5 E Complicado. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time for race number 6 in about 22 minutes at 3:31 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 6. And John Buckley just keeps it going. Another win for those connections. Buckley and Windy Lee Farm. Man, they are on absolute fire. That one with Kevin Navarro was able to run down to main speed. Mays Loved Laffey. Gets the distance, no problem. And second win of the day for that barn. John Buckley on fire. Same thing with Kevin Navarro. Rode that one perfectly. As we go to the 6 at 11-9, Maiden Claimer going 5.5. Scratch the 4 Cajunette, so significant scratch there. Also scratch the 5 E Complicado. And you're looking at the odds, no surprise there. The 11 funny forecast figures to be, of course, to get a lot of the play. I think the only downside would be that outside post. But off of her last race, a good second place finish against a decent 11-9 field got to be considered in here. Although her previous starts, really little to be desired there. Not much, did not show anything when she was running in New York. Her first start didn't beat a horse. Her next start she beat one horse but lost by a ton. But those are maiden special weights in New York. She dropped to face the 40s, got beat again pretty badly, but that was the distance of a mile. So had the cutback but came here. And notice the horse does have a nice bullet work since the last race. So it's just a matter of overcoming the post. She's a post, really tough post, that post 11. The 10 horse is Pisgah Pike. This was the long shot I thought had a big chance in here. You do have a drying out racetrack, but this horse has some really good off-track breeding. The Kentucky bred that's by Blame. The dam side, certainly some mud breeding there. She's only had 2 starts. They were against the restricted 3s. The last race at Mahoning, she ran just off the board against a slightly tougher maiden special 3-year-old field. So she fits in here nicely, and she's not going to get much for play, it looks like. She's at double-digit odds right now, but obviously not out of it. The 2 Freedom Dreams is going to get some action as she had a second-place finish in her race back. She was running here as a 2-year-old and ran okay. I mean, she was hitting the board against some decent 2-year-old fields. Then tried Turfway Park on a different surface. Ran okay there. She did flash a little speed in a couple of those races. She just followed the leader last time as Nikki Brainburst just got away. They both kind of got away with 23 and change, 47 and change. So we'll see how good she is. I mean, it'd be a different pace scenario today, a little different situation for her, but at least it shows that she ran okay on and off track. Plus that was against the older horses, against those maiden special weights there. So she certainly figures as well as one of the major players in race number 6. Exacta Super Daily Double, the late pick 4, starts in the 6. Again, we scratch the 4 and the 5.
On the track for race 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 4 and 5. Number 2 is Freedom Dreams and Jeremias Flores. Number 7 going to be Surprised and Stephen Frett. Number 8 is Kitty of War and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 9 is Only Ladus and Joel Cruz. Number 10, Pisca Pike and Cabercoa. Number 11, Funny Forecast, Andre Worry. And number 12 is Aram Carliani and Alexa Marie Cintron. The One Goodies Girl, GM Rohina. And number 3 is Chuckatuck and Christian Navarro. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have reached the starting gate for race 6 from Finger Lakes. Trying to load up, gonna be surprised. Only Ladus, Pisgah Pike, Funny Forecast, and Aram Carliani. The last 3 to load up, 7 to 5 on number 11, Funny Forecast. Pisgah Pike backs off. She goes in. Funny forecast, Aram Carliani to the outside. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Not a great start for Gonna Be Surprised, who's last. It's Frisbee B, but Goody's Girl towards the inside. Quarter horse is out of there and opens up by about 4 over Frisbee B in second. And then it's Kitty of War, who is in between horses. Funny forecast on the outside. Couple lengths back to Freedom Dreams, who runs along in 5th. 8 lengths off the lead, but having a check. Gonna Be Surprised is next, followed up by Aram Carliani. Only Ladus is near the back part of the field. Chuckatuck is next, and then 5 lengths to Pisgah Pike, who's at the tail of the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Goody's Girl with the lead. Funny forecast is a clear-cut second. Then in third, that is Kitty of War, followed up next by Freedom Dreams in 4th. Aram Carliani goes wide. Only Ladus towards the inside of the red blinkers. They got 3/16 to go, and Goody's Girl has done nothing wrong so far. Has the lead by 6 over Funny Forecast, who's all out in second, and then it's Kitty of War and Only Ladus, 16th to go. Goody's Girl took the lead out of the starting gate and went all the way on the front end and wins by a big distance. Funny Forecast second, close for third. Only Ladus to the inside of Kitty of War. $111 and a photo for third. Number 1, Goody's Girl first. Third, number 9, Only Ladus. Fourth, number 8, Kitty of War. 111.98, 5.5 furlongs, good surface, 105.52. Six race official. Goody's Girl pays $9.20 to win. Goody's Girl back to the winner's circle. 5th career start, a winning one for this Kentucky bred. 3-year-old Chestnut filly by Mineshaft out of Seda. Roll the Dice Thoroughbreds, owner breeder. Chris Engelhardt, the trainer. GM Rohina, the winning jockey. double, $59.50. Exacta, $33.80. 50-cent try, $105.75. Dime super, $235.50. 50-cent pick 3, $18.87. Pick 4, $77.87. Seventh race from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 4, Party at the Post, and number 7, Nikki Brainburst. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 19 minutes at 4:01 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 7, and Goody's Girl gets the jump on that field, and she was gone. And Jose Rohina gets the victory for Chris Aguilar on the turn back and distance. You wouldn't have thought that she'd have that much speed, but she shot out of there, and they were not going to catch her. That one will start off the late pick four. Very well-bred horse. See what they do. They stretch her back out with that breeding. 7th race, scratch the 4, Party at the Post. And the 7, Nikki Brainburst, still is not void of speed. This horse is a bunch of horses that like to be involved early. You look at a couple of the 3, Annunciate taking a lot of the early play. She's actually coming off Lasix for her 3rd start. She looked incredible in her debut. I mean, she won going 5 furlongs. Now, she took advantage of a speed-favoring racetrack. She was the main speed on it, but she came home quick, and she looked the part, beating that 3-year-old maiden field. Now, she didn't caught it tougher. The water was a little deeper in her next start, but she didn't run as well either. So maybe she could bounce back, getting off Lasix today. Very, like I said, she's by Spitestown out of a dam by Hard Spun. The half won the Louisiana Derby. Wells Bayou. So you would think that she might be better going long. But I did lean towards Bald Kitten as a slight upset over the big favorite Annunciate. Now, Bald Kitten gets an off track again. Now, it is a drying out racetrack. I think we're at good right now. But she's used to that. That was her first time on a fast track since her debut last time. And I think she found 6 furlongs to be too far. So she's shortening up to 5.5. And with all the speed outside of her, it's all speed, she's the inside of all the speed. So maybe she's got the shorter distance around, and that might give her advantage here over Annunciate, who figures to be the main threat and the main favorite. But, yeah, she did have a couple seconds in a row, but they were against horses like Mamba Gigi and Dizarak, who obviously are no slouches. Now, if there's a horse that might sit back and make a run, it might be Signifying Nothing. Now, Signifying Nothing ran in that Annunciate race, but it was a short distance of 5 furlongs, and she just got caught chasing the leader. Now, she was part of a race that had a mishap in it. That's why she ran badly in her prior start. You could draw a line through that race, as a few of them were involved in that. In her last start, she bounced back, and she won pretty handily that 3-year-old maiden race. She's not out of this, especially if she can rate and pass horses. Her running style could help her in a spot like this, where you got a bunch of horses that like to be forwardly placed. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 7. Again, we scratched the 4 and the 7.
Coming on the track for race number 7 from Finger Lakes, here's your field. Number 1, Bald Kitten and Caber Koa. Number 2, Queen's Cat, Nasario Alvarado. Number 3, Annunciate and Kevin Navarro. Number 5 is World Bank, Joel Cruz in the saddle. And number 6, Signifying Nothing, and Andre Worry. Post time in just a few. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have reached the gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5, Fillies and Mares, allowance non-winners of 2. 3-2 on number 1, Bald Kitten. 8-5, number 2, Queen's Cat. 2-1, number 3, Annunciate. Annunciate. Into line, World Bank, and Signifying Nothing. Riders off, Bald Kitten, and other riders are dismounting. We're going to have delay. Looks like things are okay. Riders back up aboard, Bald Kitten. Goes up into the gate, World Bank. Signifying Nothing to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A bad stumble to start for Annunciate. She's last. Signifying Nothing streaks out for the lead, but it's Queen's Cat bursting through in between horses to get that lead. Bald Kitten's at the fence in a joint second. A space of 5 lengths to World Bank, who's about 8 lengths in front of the slow-starting Annunciate, who's at the back of the pack. Queen's Cat has the lead by 2 open lengths. Signifying Nothing in chase mode second. Bald Kitten off the inside in third and 8 lengths off the lead. World Bank towards her inside, now on even terms for third. And then about 12 lengths to the trailer, and that is Annunciate. right as they race to the quarter pole. It's Queen's Cat on top by 3. Signifying Nothing is in second. World Bank towards the inside third. Bald Kitten goes wide in fourth as they turn into the stretch. Queen's Cat whips them in, has a lead by 5 lengths over Signifying Nothing, who's all out in second, and then it's World Bank in third. They run to the 16th pole. It's Queen's Cat. Queen's Cat, another impressive display of speed. Queen's Cat crushes. Signifying Nothing second. World Bank third. Bald Kitten fourth. Two, 6, 5, 1. Queen's Cat, your unofficial winner. 5.5 furlongs, 105.18. Seventh race official, 3:30 the winning mutual. Queen's Cat, now 2 for 3 lifetime. New York bred, 4-year-old bay filly by Courageous Cat out of Contender's Queen. Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro, the ownership. Linda Dixon is the trainer, as well as the breeder. Nasario Alvarado, the winning jockey. Double $21.40, exacted $34. 50-cent try, $22.62. Dime super, $8.87. Eighth race at Finger Lakes, there are no scratches or jockey changes. Post time for race number 8 in about 20 minutes at 4:32 p.m.
All right, coming up on the race number 8. Yeah, we still have a couple more to go. We still got the 9th race, as we have a 9-race card today and tomorrow. And good to see Linda Dixon back in the winner's circle. Queen's Cat, the half to Queen's Dancer. That one makes it 2 in a row with Naz Alvarado. Pretty evenly matched group for our feature races. This 8th race allowance goes the distance of 1.70 miles. Got a total of 7 horses, 6 betting interests, and hard to discount anybody in this race. You got the entry, you got 2 for the price of 1 with Rachel Sells and Caitlin Gutterson. Both of them have a chance in here. You have the 6 Rockstar Rebel, who's won 2 in a row against restricted 3-year-olds. He'll try older horses. And you got Cast a Coin, the 2-year-old stakes winner, won the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes back in November. He'll try going long for the first time. Jansen, he's been competitive and should have some speed in here. And Lifetime Guarantee probably has the best numbers in the field, but he hasn't run since November. Ice Time would be more at the mercy of the pace. He's the deep, deep closer. Hard to, like I said, hard to discount anybody's chances depending on the pace flow of this race. Start out with the 6 Rockstar Rebel. He's done nothing wrong since arriving at Finger Lakes. Numbers might be a little light compared to the rest of them, mainly because he has been running against restricted 3-year-olds, a little bit easier fields, but he's winning and winning drawing away from these fields. It's not like he's just getting up by a nose. He's rallying and getting by a speed horse last time late. That was at 5.5, tried 6, and now we'll try going long for the first time in his career. Now, as longest he's been was 7 furlongs in his second career start, and he ran well. He ran second against maiden special weights, 2-year-olds in Saratoga. So the route shouldn't be an issue for Rockstar Rebel, but he may have to improve a little bit, which Ferraro horses do. He got a couple sprints to the route and could see this horse running very well. One of a few he can make a case for. I'm going to lean towards him as my top choice. The 1 horse mentioned 2 for the price of 1. Alfgar was a step slow, but really he did get the trip in a sense that it was a race that was going to fall apart because of all the speed. Jake's Orchard finally put away the other speed, but was vulnerable for the closer, which was really Alfgar, who had the right running style for that race. But he's in good form right now off the victory. You also got Tony O, who didn't run badly last time, but it was worse than the race before. Maybe the 1.70 could be his wheelhouse because he ran a good second to King's Leap, who was a pretty good one in the condition. So both of them make up the entry, which are at odds of 3-2. Now, I mentioned Cast a Coin. Cast a Coin is the 3-year-old who won the Tin Cup Chalice. It was a great race with enough of nothing, and that one, of course, cutting back in distance. Turned out to be a pretty good one, though. That was an open race. That wasn't for New York breds. What I like is how he ran off the layoff. He stumbled a little bit at the start, came running, wasn't even in the good part of the track, and still ran a good second, first time against Older, against Puckish. Got 375 Tomlinson for the distance. Shouldn't mind it at all. Out of the dam by Iron Mischief. My Iron Mischiefs are okay going long, so he's a 5-1. Big threat in here. Looking forward to watching him because he's going to be pretty good when he goes back against restricted 3-year-olds if he ever does. Okay, so we start the late double in this race. Exacta Tri is super offered in race number 8. You got about 6 minutes to post.
The 1 is Ielfgar and Joel Cruz. The 1A is Tony O and Andre Worry. Number 2 is Jansen, Michael Davila Jr. aboard. Number 3 is Cast a Coin, Stephen Frett. Number 4 is Lifetime Guarantee, Caber Koa in the irons. Number 5 is Ice Time, Christian Navarro. And number 6, Rockstar Rebel, Sofia Vives aboard. Post time in about 4 minutes. Approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. Horses have reached the starting gate for race number 8 from Finger Lakes. Three to two on the entry of Elfgar and Tony O. 2 to 1 number 6 Rockstar Rebel. 3 to 1 number 4 Lifetime Guarantee. Ice Time goes in. Tony O. Rockstar Rebel. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Jansen with a good start. Tony O casts a coin, pokes the head in front. Cast a coin in. Jansen first and second. Tony O backs off in third. Elfgar's towards the inside in fourth. Lifetime Guarantee is outside of him. Then it's Rockstar Rebel 3 wide around that first turn. And a few more lengths back to Ice Time, who is at the tail of the field as they circle around the first turn. It's Jansen at the head of affairs. Has a lead by a half length. Tony O is 3 wide, cast a coin, sandwich in between horses in third. And then in fourth, Elfgar. Rockstar Rebel tugging at the jockey to go on. The pace is certainly sensible. The gray Lifetime Guarantee is in some traffic and about 3.5 lengths off the lead. And a margin of 4 to the trailer, and that is Ice Time. Jansen on top, Tony O's in second. Elfgar's covered up in third. Cast a coin in between horses. And then it's Rockstar Rebel, who's 3 wide and 2.5 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths to Ice Time, who's to the inside of Lifetime Guarantee, who's been shuffled back to the back of the pack. 3 furlongs to go. Jansen and Tony O spar for the lead. Rockstar Rebel sweeps up to the outside third. Elfgar looking out for some racing room fourth. Cast a coin shaking up in fifth, and it's Ice Time. And Lifetime Guarantee trails the field as it reaches the top of the stretch. Jansen is the first to face us. Elfgar gets on through towards the inside. Rockstar Rebel on the grandstand side. They got 1 furlong to go. Elfgar with the lead over Rockstar Rebel and Jansen. 16th out, it's Elfgar, who scampers clear by 3 lengths. Elfgar and Joel Cruz will be visiting the winner's circle, drawing clear to win by 3. Jansen second, Rockstar Rebel third, Tony O fourth. One, two, six, and a photo for fourth. Number 1, Elfgar first. Fourth, the 1A Tony O. Fifth, number 5, Ice Time. Entry goes first and fourth. Elfgar back to the winner's circle. New York bred 4-year-old beginning by Leah Frick out of Star Orchid, Luann Bianchi, and Rachel Sells, the owners. Rachel is the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Elfgar pays $4.70 to win, double $12.60, exacta $62.50, 50-cent try, $59.87, dime super, $24.17. Ninth and final from Finger Lakes. Please note the distance should read 1.40 yards. Scratch number 2, Manny Penny. Exacta trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the ninth and final in about 22 minutes at 5:04 p.m.
All right, getting ready to finish this Tuesday card and looking back at the 8th. Alfgar makes it 2 in a row. This horse was a victim of some rough trips early in his Finger Lakes career. Lately, he's had some good fortune, good fortune because of Joel Cruz. Joel Cruz couldn't have rode this horse any better, was able to save ground, and that was the difference in the race. Rockstar Rebel could not save any ground, was forced wide the whole way. Alfgar had the easier trip around the turns and was able to get through and get the win. Joel Cruz, who's having a phenomenal season, he gets the victory for Rachel Sells. Okay, last race, like the 5th one earlier, we are changing the distance. The distance should be 1 mile and 40 yards. It is a 5,000 claimer, never 1-3 condition. We scratched the 2, Manny Penny. Good race to finish off the day. I'm going to start off on the very outside, although you want to save some ground, especially after watching that race. This horse may have a little bit of trouble doing that from the outside position, but like this horse earlier, handicapping for an off track. I know it is drying out there, probably almost fast by now, but this one did win in the mud back in November. Last race was good against the 11 and 9s, ran 4th in a sprint against a pretty decent 11-9 field. Now drops again, drops to the bottom at 5,000, and that alone should liven this one up and put this horse closer after finishing just off the board last time. Not out of it, like him a little bit, just going to give him a slight edge here in a wide open finale. This one at odds of 5-1. The 1 Keegs figures to be the inside speed. Can he carry his speed the whole mile 40? Well, that question's going to be answered here in about 8 minutes. Keegs ran good in gate-to-wire fashion, going 4.5. Relatively slow pace for the day, but then got pressed and finished 3rd last time in a fast time for 6 furlongs in 1:12. It all depends on the pace flow here. He should be able to get the distance. Not strongly bred for the distance, but certainly good enough that he wouldn't be a surprise if he's able to get reasonable fractions up front. He is the inside speed. He's dangerous. Got to be used. The 3-horse is Hanini, another one that's got tactical speed. Maybe not as fast or need the lead type like Keegs, but the big problem with Hanini would be that he's off the layoff. He hasn't run since November, but he is working well for the return, and that could be key here because he was running against some tough allowance horses last summer before dropping to the bottom towards the end of the year and basically losing his form. He was having some trouble at the start and had some troubled trips. He didn't have very good racing luck in a lot of those races, but he was also tailing off considering he was running against tough early in the year. So if the Hanini that was running last summer shows up here off the layoff, off the freshening, he's going to be awfully tough in here. And he is getting some action that's a positive sign right now at odds of 7-2. The 7 Rockable, I guess this one in an independent, Paul, you can make the same case for. Rockable, a little better price, or a little shorter price. They were only a couple lengths apart in the same race. A race won by Ironman Ira, and it was one of those races where you had a runaway winner. I mean, Ironman Ira ran basically off the screen while the rest of them were just kind of battling for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So not much separated Rockable and Independent Paul, and it's like a race that maybe you could draw a line through, but it's also tough to gauge how good either one of them are, considering both of them drop out of that race where they both ran pretty evenly. I guess if you talk about Rockable, you got to talk about Independent Paul, although Rockable ran the slightly better race because he beat that rival by a couple lengths. So I guess you could consider both of them, considering that they both drop to the bottom level. Take the Edge would have liked the off track a little more, but again, drying out. He's making his first time route after running a sprint. It's not over yet. His run against Tougher. He did run here as a 2-year-old. He took advantage of a very, very slow pace when he was able to beat 2-year-olds way back when. He was running okay against the Laurel Claimers, tried this level last time. And again, he's another one. When you put things in perspective, is he really that far behind Rockable and Independent Paul? And he might have been chasing a little bit more as he faded behind the other two. Can't really gauge anything out of that race except for they weren't even close to as good as Ironman Ira, and they all get some class relief. So 5 minutes to the post for the last race on the card. We do continue live racing tomorrow. Tomorrow, I believe we have 9 races with a 1 o'clock first post.
Coming on the track, ninth and final. Distance of this race should read a mile 40 yards. Scratch the 2. Here's your field. Number 1 is Kegs and Luis Perez. Number 3, Haneni, Caber Koa, the riding assignment. Number 4, Classical and Hemen Harkey. Number 5, Independent Paul and Jeremias Flores. Number 6, It's Not Over Yet, and Andre Worry. Number 7, we'll go to the 8, Take the Edge, and Rafael Regina Jr. Number 9, Socks for Daughters, Stephen Frett, got a leg up. And number 7 is Rockable with Michael Davila Jr. Post time in about 3 minutes. Want to let everyone know programs for the Wednesday card at Finger Lakes now online at fingerlakesgaming.com. Programs for Wednesday now available online. Approaching the gate. Horses have reached the starting gate for the 9th race, 9th and final from Finger Lakes. Loading up 6 to 5 on Kegs. Independent Paul going up. It's not over yet. Rockable. Take the Edge. And Socks for Daughters. Socks for Daughters to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. One almost lost the jockey. That was Classical. The favorite Keg sending out for the lead. It's not over yet. Outside second. Hanani right behind the speed in joint third with Rockable. Rockable 3 wide around that first turn. Socks for Daughters races mid-pack in 5th. And then it's Take the Edge in 6th. 2 lengths to Independent Paul's, a length and a half in front of Classical, who brings up the rear. It's Kegs who's on the engine, has a lead by 3 parts of a length. It's not over yet. Progressing to the outside in second. Hanani is towards the inside in a joint third with Rockable, and then a space of 4 lengths back to Socks for Daughters in the 5th spot. A margin of about 7 lengths back to the back trio. Independent Paul's to the outside of Take the Edge, and Classical is at the back of the pack. Half mile to go in the nightcap. It's Kegs who leads by a length and a half. It's not over yet. Stalks on the outside second. Hanani gets the reins shaken at him in third, as well as Socks for Daughters in 4th. 3 more lengths back to Rockable's drop way off the pace in 5th, and then 4 lengths back to Independent Paul and Take the Edge. Classical trails the field. They got a quarter of a mile left to travel, and Kegs is the target. Kegs and Hanani are first and second. Socks for Daughters is up the inside. Socks for Daughters in the blue blinkers up into almost a joint second with 4 lengths off the lead of Kegs. Kegs has the lead. Socks for Daughters the danger in second, and then it's Hanani in third, followed up by Independent Paul 4th. 16th to go. Kegs leads by 3 over Socks for Daughters, and it will be Kegs. Kegs and Luis Perez victorious. Socks for Daughters second. Hanani third. 4th, Independent Paul. 1935. Number 1, Kegs first. Kegs to the winner's circle. Maryland bred, 4-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Opportunity out of Elliptical Rosette. TLC Thoroughbreds owns. M. Anthony Ferraro trains. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Maria Hare, bred Kegs. 380, the winning mutual. Double, 1160. Exacta, 2180. 50-cent try, $18.50. Dime super, $11.07. Pick 3, $6.80. Pick 4, $23.62. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $130.75. Ninth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Wednesday. First post at 1 p.m. 9 race card on tap tomorrow. But for today, from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.